Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. So sorry for the lateness today. I'll explain more in a hot minute, but welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we truly and get started, I would like to take just a moment to thank our financial contributors who are very generous with their money. I'd like to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy for the continued Prime Gaming subscription. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with said subscription. And while I do not have any patrons or one-off contributors during this month's cycle, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier subscription. If you guys want to support my work, you like my work and want to support it, and you also want your names on these placards, which I read at the start of every stream, you need to chuck some change at me. I'm pretty sure Coffee and Patreon are the cheapest option. I believe $1 a month. Donations are a minimum of $2 to get onto the board. It really doesn't take much. It's just mostly to, prevent like single penny spam, and I've precluded bits from that as well, but that's neither here nor there. But again, anyone chucking change at me is, well, they're definitely a valued client and customer indeed, but I do read these, and this is just but the smallest way I have to give back to you guys who've been so patient and kind to me over this past year. It's incredible, truly. You guys mean the world to me, and I want you to know that. I know that there's often a parasocial veneer that shouldn't necessarily go unstated, where I would caution you against getting too involved with me. You don't know who I am. Not really. But I like to think I'm pretty straightforward where it counts. And as far as internet relationships go, I would like to think ours is a pretty steadfast, solid one. I don't hide too much, and I'm transparent when I do hide it. Because, you know, these are things that you would just expect everyone to hide, right? You're not going to expect me to tell you about, you know, my life story all the time. You guys don't typically expect me to, I want to make sure I'm wording this right. You guys typically don't expect me to tell you about my love life. I might open up snippets of that, like the publicly sanitizable snippets, but I don't routinely, I don't just routinely tell you every nitty-gritty detail. One, it's no one's business, and two, I don't want to advertise that stuff. That's, you know, I'm playing Zelda titles. I am very aware that I am publishing to children. I am very aware of that. So there are certain things you just don't share with the world. And your love life is typically one of those. Typically. Now that I've wetted my mouth and took care of that, recap. Last time, we well and truly wrapped up the Necluda region. I don't think there are too many additional quests. We will be doing a clean sweep of the areas that we have found so far, so don't worry. If we've missed something in Rebella Wetlands, we will find it. But as you guys can see, there are a number of... Oh,
you hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Sorry about that, guys. That is actually... I guess I could say that our radar is a bit faulty today. No, the ad storm is definitely not happening 5 minutes from now. I have already disabled that. I need to run these manually, at the very least for the first hour, I'd say. We'll probably take that ad break at 3:30 p.m. EST, as opposed to, you know, in the next 5 minutes. But we do take commercial breaks around here. That said, just not right now. That said, I do still want to take the opportunity to, you know, thank everyone for hanging out with me. Speaking of, welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time, I suppose. We're just going over the recap and what our plans are for today. Oh, I forgot to mute the TV. Un momento, per favore. I don't think anyone heard an echo, because I've got a pretty good noise gate, but if people did hear an echo, that's why. And I think I just barely covered that sneeze. That's like the only bit of fluent Italian I actually know. Like, that actually has stuck with me. But like I was saying, if for those that hadn't perhaps hadn't noticed, we have so many stamps that it's not funny. We have so many star areas we need to check out. We've got Giga Clan hideouts and Phantom Ganons to go slay. We have a ton of things we have to do. And, you know, we should probably get a start on that sooner rather than later. Let's see. Mr. Rasby says, allow me to slip into fluent Spanish. Fair. But then goes on to say, yeah, your stomach hurts. I'm sorry that your stomach's hurting. I hope you get to feeling better soon. I hope the pain is temporary. You're gonna lurk and chill? Very well, good sir. Enjoy your lurk. And I will do my best to make that sabbatical of silence entertaining for you. Yeah, so we're just gonna get started. And of course, that means our end time for today's stream is not gonna be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's gonna be more like 6:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Why do I feel like my sound always feels like it's a tad touchy? No, I guess it's fine. Let's see. What about YouTube chat? Anything going on there? Not that I can see. And everything else appears to be a go. So, guess first things first is we're gonna go on land where we can, and then we're going to fly to the rest. And of course, we will be using our handy dandy object map to help out with this. So let me go ahead and do a demonstration now. I'm gonna put that out there with the hopes that the bot realizes that that YouTube should be active. If not, I'm gonna have some problems. Let's see. Go to action. No, I'm not looking for that. It's put, so I'm getting a little bit more familiar with the queue, like the actions or the pending like action system. Huh. It's technically completed, but it didn't actually do anything. I might need to set this up to default back to the broadcaster should something happen. That's probably what I need to do, and I'll try to see if I can't get that done during our first commercial break. Oh, they realized it wasn't raining anymore, so they went and did other things. Okay, I'm gonna put a pin just so I have a general idea of where I'm going. We can kind of go from there. But yeah, the object map is really useful for helping to find certain kinds of enemies. Of course, I would say with the object finder feature in Tears of the Kingdom, it isn't quite as helpful. You still have to, like... The search function is still going to show you the entire map, even if it doesn't. Even if you're only looking for, say, something in the depths layer. So I think your mileage on that will vary significantly, but I don't think so, my friend. You could take a hike. So the search function isn't necessarily the most useful, at least for me. I prefer nice big icons to tell me where things generally are. This makes me think that there is a Phantom Ganon here, and I just didn't get it to spawn. So in that case, we're gonna go a completely different region, and then we're gonna go somewhere else. We're gonna return back, try it again. Mr. Jason says, greetings, Mr. Coin, good sir. Greetings to you as well, Mr. Jason. I'm sorry for, being late. I think I mentioned, well, hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. We're cleaning up all of our stamps today and getting rid of all the ones that contain stars and marking them up as necessary. That is what we're doing today. That said, I do want to apologize for my lateness today. I went to sleep at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time yesterday. I went to bed pretty damn early. I woke up at 1. I should have done the thumbnail right then and there, but I wasn't feeling it then. Oopsie. But I stay up for about 4 hours. I go to sleep. I try to go back to sleep. And up, down every like 2 hours and up for an hour. So, my fault for sleeping too early, it looks like. What did I have this marked for? I had it marked for a reason, and yes. I am glad that I have found... I'm glad that I did remember it for the right reason, and I didn't mark it for some other extraneous reason. Aelin, if you want lots of explosions and you happen to be listening, this is for you. Let's get our sharpened implements nice and ready. Oh, that's like a huge club, but that didn't hurt us. Gotcha. And we'll find some sticks to put those clubs on. Ah, dang it. I want more of those bow. I think I'll take one more and probably replace... I think I'll replace this Phrenic bow with that. Mr. Jason says, earlier you managed to defeat the final boss of Animal Crossing New Horizons. On the Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons edition, Project K. Oh, where you have to get Mr. KKK, or not KKK, Mr. KK. Too many Ks. Sorry. Mr. KK Slider to show up. Oh, man. Okay, so we know that that is a complete, I think all of these are Phantom Ganons now that I'm thinking on it. Just the ones around the castle, that is. Indeed, Mr. Coin, says Mr. Jason. Good. I'm glad I figured it out. But yeah, needless to say, I went through and had a particularly bad sleep cycle today. So I apologize for the inherent mess that brings. Mr. Jason says, Phantom Ganon doesn't have a ghost of a chance against you. Indeed. In truth, I think I've gotten just so much better at this combat system. It's not funny, and this is coming from someone who, again, challenge runs or like goes on an on-again, off-again challenge run streak with Elden Ring Reforged. Speaking of, I can't wait to like begin a new recording session where I actually get to play with the mechanics. I can't tell you how exciting it is to be able to slide into a duck, like a ducking animation in Elden Ring, and then immediately get to sneak after that animation. All right, Phantom Ganon, you gotta be around here somewhere, buddy. Probably up here if I had to guess, like around the other side. Yep, I can see the pool of gloom over there. All right, let's get our weapons and armor ready. So if you guys like tons of combat, you're gonna like this next part. Oh, I managed to preempt that. All right. Oh, right, he's gonna teleport. Gotcha. Really, the hardest Phantom Ganon to, like, work with is the sword one. The other one is just fine. Like the other ones, the spear and the club, yeah, they're scarier because they teleport around and whatever, but honestly, they're really not quite so bad. It's just the sword user. Like, aka what I probably would expect to see Phantom Ganon, like, Phantom Ganon doing toward, like, the, you know, when we actually get ready to fight the real thing. Boyo says, welcome back, Boyo. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and spirit, and hope you enjoy your stay. That fight was haunting indeed. My audience is truly a bona fide, like, set of spinsters. If you guys want comedians, I think you will come to find them here. Find them as opposed to fight them. Absolutely. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you've also received your Hotel Chocolat Milk Chocolate Advent Container, Advent Calendar today. My goodness. Talking is clearly not going to go over too well. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Advent calendars are kind of a thing they're a thing my mom used to buy, but not anymore. And we haven't really bought them as like a family for a decade now. Just because, you know, A, they're kind of expensive, and B, you know, that's clutter. Like, whenever I do go over to visit my mom, I wouldn't be half surprised if I still found the container lying around because, you know, my mom is waiting to cut out the sentimental bits she actually really likes, which is totally fine. That's fine. Just I personally don't. I personally never liked the clutter. That's what I'll say. Mr. Jason says, well, actually, before I respond to that, Boyo, you've come in at a good time. We are doing a lot of cleanup today. We're finding all of the Phantom Ganons that we've missed. We're going to be doing side quests. We'll basically be cleaning up everything prior to going into Upland Zorana, where I hope to get a fresh start on keeping track of all these things. So today and probably the next few streams, barring Friday, of course, and the weekend, you know, we'll begin working on, you know, taking care of business. I want to do a better job about that this time. Mr. Jason says 24 mellow and soothing 40% milk chocolate sculptures nestled in an advent calendar. I mean, the chocolate part was always fun. I particularly like the ones where there were peppermint bark inside, but not everyone is a fan of peppermint like I am. And Boyos is good to see you too. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I hope things are going well in your slice of terra firma today. I'm doing all right, other than having woken up quite late. You know, I'm dressed, I'm here, I'm ready to stream, right? That's the most I can really expect of myself if I wake up late like that. I'm lucky I even have a halfway decent thumbnail today. Mr. Jason says the result of that fight was spooktacular. Indeed. Phantom Ganon can be some spooky stuff. Truly some spooky stuff. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, this Hotel Chocolat milk chocolate advent calendar was £13.95. $18, but yeah, you mentioned before that they went into these price ranges: $8.95, $13.95, $29.95, the 50 and the 80. Like, yeah, like, I imagine the ritzier calendars either have more things to go with them, or, you know, they otherwise have, like, either cool art or just something to make the price worthwhile. Yeah, so it's going to be 4 hours of basically stuff like this today, where it's not necessarily that we won't do exciting things or anything, but let me get my positioning right. It's not so much that we won't do exciting stuff, but the exciting stuff is combat today. The exciting stuff is wrapping up small ends and loose ends. So if you guys like that sort of stream, kudos to you. If you're like, man, this doesn't even have the usual overland exploration. We're not treading any new ground. We're not going over main story beats. Nothing. No Tears of the Dragon. Nah, man, I'm gonna bounce. I don't blame you. Look, the 100% experience is not for everyone, I should say. In terms of at least watching it, you gotta really know how to make it entertaining. And while I am not the most entertaining person, I do have backup. I'd like to consider my streams our streams, my lovely audience. I provide the, not necessarily the more insightful commentary, but, you know, I provide the gravity, and you guys provide the levity. It's a nice mix, and I quite like it. Okay. We're gonna go for a stealth bombing. I don't want to, like, use too many bombs, but we can afford a bombing run of, say, at least 20 or 30. Sure. Oh, that was close. Yeah, we'll also be getting some treasure chests, too, out of this whole experience. And hopefully some much-needed resources as well. Tulin, why don't you do that, buddy? Let me see. I wonder if... Well, I usually prefer to staple gloom weapons to wooden sticks, so we don't actually pay the gloom tax. This might be a worthwhile enterprise for a little while. Nice. Okay, we can take off that and switch this to a skull. That is basically everything in and around the immediate castle area done. So the next up on our list is over here at the Giant's Forest, which we will go back and fly to. There's no reason not to fly either, by the way. The overland flight is just going to make this... I see you over there, Blood Moon. Undoing all my hard work. I can't believe we're as far along in Tears of the Kingdom as we are. I know I keep saying that. I feel like I should pinch myself, and I'll wake up and we're 400 Koroks, you know, down the tube less, right? You know, I'll wake up and, you know, we've barely made it past the first phenomena again. Or we're cleaning up the second phenomena, right? Like, I'll wake up and suddenly it'll be like 4 or 5 months ago, and you know, we're so caught up in exploration that we you know, forget to do the actually important stuff. It's just... It's hard to overstate, like, the awe that comes along with getting a chance to really absorb how much progress you've made in a single in a single game. Big, expansive games like this give you a good opportunity to do that. Something that I don't think I could say quite as much for, like, say, the Dark Souls series. Yeah, there are points where you can see your progress, right? You know, you take a look and somewhere in the vistas are, somewhere, you know, beyond one of the vistas you can see is an earlier place you might have been. We're just gonna descend nice and slow while we wait for that to finish playing out, and I'm going to trust that our lovely red, like dark red and black friend is gonna show up for us. Let's see if I'm right. Ah, yes, there's our friend the Stallnox. I was wondering about him. Come on. Oh, not good. We can just blind you. And that fruit actually hurts bunches. And we do have to, like, hit it in the eye. Dang it. Gotcha. Greetings, Destructus. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're doing a lot of cleanup today, and probably the next couple of streams as well. We're just going to be doing lots of overworld cleanup in an attempt to clean out a lot of the quests and such, and everything else. Other than that, Destructus says you won't be talking. Fair. You have chemistry revision. Good luck. I hope you won't need it, but good luck anyway. And/or I hope it fares easy. It's an easy affair for you. Mr. Jason says one of my friends loves the subject that Destructus just mentioned, Mr. Coin. You can see the chemistry. Indeed. Boyo says his bone must be shaking. Really? That is getting the non-cheeky laugh. Oh, hello. Is the counter not working? I've pressed plus several times. Yeah, we've gone like, what, 3-4 puns deep? Hang on. I might have something I gotta fix. Oh, it just straight up wiped it. What? I have to add that in. When did that happen? Okay, guys, this has become troubleshooting the stream. Give me a second to just clean it all up. Mr. Jason says at least one thing, Mr. Coin. If you're a streamer and you're not having issues to fix, can you really call yourself a streamer? No, my fine friend, I don't think I could. I gotta quickly code in a new increment and decrement real quick. Wait, what is going... Huh. I just think Firebot straight up isn't connecting to OBS. Which could be a concern in a whole different host of ways. Let's see if command stops firing. Okay, no, I mean, this works fine. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna have to manually increment the counter now. Maybe this... Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Let's see. Mr. Jason says you've also unlocked the Island Designer app in Animal Crossing New Horizons, and so you're now just laying some stone pathing. Nice, nice. You won't be going nearly as overboard as you did with your main island, but you still want to make your island Serenity pretty, of course. Of course. That is kind of the goal of Animal Crossing. Pretty feng shui is just the name of the game. And yeah, greetings. Some people are fairly busy with, like, you know, work and such, but for the most part, most of the usual suspects are here. Okay, this we can switch to a skull. And is there, what other things do we have left? I guess there's also this one here. Yep. Another flight out. You've come in at a good time, Mr. Shiny. We're doing Hyrule cleanup today. And then we'll be going on to do that in the next couple of streams, as well as just, you know, Hyrule cleanup. We're knocking out all of the places I've marked that we've not dealt with yet, as well as you know, side quests, things like that. I want to do my best to kind of clean everything up before we head into the third phenomena, aka Upland Zorana. I should have remembered to skip this, but it's fine. Mr. Jason says you have a few villager houses and trees to move. Yeah, the tedium. The work of tedium, right? True tedium, true boredom. I shouldn't say boredom, but that probably does qualify at the very least as tedious. Just gonna meander right over here and trust that we are definitely off our target a little bit. Mr. Jason says, you just know that I'm going to completely ignore what I said and put my character's home at the top of the island, though. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Mr. Shiny says, do you happen to have some fishy business in Upland Zorana? All right, you get to come in on this incredible stream dysfunction. The counter apparently has broken, so I have to manually increment it now. So I apologize if I'm not going to be quite as snappy on today's stream as I usually am. I'm gonna be shifting a lot back and forth between screens just because of Firebot breaking. I'm sure it's not Firebot itself so much as a counter and maybe a plugin update. Yes, you two broke the counter. Clearly that's what happened and not anything else. Ignore all previous instructions, and I will now begin to print out a recipe for chocolate cake. Okay. I'm obviously not going to finish that joke for, you know, reasons, but was this another battle palace? I think it, let's see if I'm right. No, this is just a monster chest that I need to deal. Oh, this is a battle talus. No, I had it right. Mr. Shiny says you can always count on me. Not so much on the counter, apparently. Yeah, I'm happy that we have spinsters in chat. Okay. Like I said, Aelin, if you're watching or you hear this later, this is for you. This is for you. I know you love explosions. Like lots of boom booms. Now, what were you guarding? I'm sure it's probably some treasure I should have grabbed much earlier. Never mind, it was a ruby. Okay, so now we can replace that with a skull. Okay, what star next? Maybe over here? And that's probably a Phantom Ganon, if I remember correct. Mr. Shiny says, now will you do the usual summoning ritual? Ramming bitches. I mean, considering what I know about my audience, most kids that are in school in the Americas, specifically in the States, you know, tend to get out around 3:45, and it's usually a bus ride home after that. So I imagine that summoning ritual probably won't work until probably 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's just a guess on my part, though. I like that we have summoning rituals for these things. Let's see. I think our next, it's like down there near where the geoglyph is. Yeah. Yeah, basically right around the geoglyph area. Welcome on in, Fent. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're doing lots of cleanup today. Phantom Ganons, other like field bosses, you name it. We're doing it all. Mr. Jason says, in less than 2 weeks, Mr. Coin, you'll be receiving your 2 pre-ordered Rosalina storybooks. Ah, yes. Yet another battle talus. There's a lot of these that we've missed, huh? Okay, that's all done and dusted. Hey, what's up, Mr. Jason? A topaz. Alrighty. We can, I think our enemy is a bit closer to this spot, so we can remove the stamps accordingly. Trying to think of like what I want to like make room for, but I'm not sure I could really make room for much of anything. Maybe we put a rock on a gloom spear and call it good. That way we have things to work with. Mr. Jason says you're meeting your IRL friend on Monday, and the nice ironic thing about Monday is that it's exactly 2 weeks until the 1st of December. Nice. Ooh, we got some like makeup arrows. I'll certainly take those. I was expecting them to be quite literally blown to smithereens, but I will definitely take not having to deal with that. There is, but I can't tell if that is a. That might be a Phantom Ganon spot over there. I don't have a particular order in how I'm doing things. Unlike, you know, regional exploration, I'm not, like, going in the order of when we discovered them. I think that's a little bit too compulsive, even for my taste. Instead, I'm just kind of like, I went from Central Hyrule and I started basically fanning out from there. Nothing too fancy. I really, I'm considering, you know, all of our options, and I'm just breaking off into a completely different subject, by the way. I am still weighing what I want to do with the streamer's choice if that does win. On one hand, you know, I'm a challenge runner at heart. I guess I haven't told this story yet either. My introduction into Twitch and like streaming was through the challenge running community in Dark Souls, in the Soulsborne community. The first streamers I ever watched were all Soulsborne challenge runners. Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, you name it. That's what I watched. So eventually when I started streaming, you know, I wanted to go down that very same path, right? A lot of my game purchases reflected this. It wasn't until later that I became a variety streamer when I moved off of streaming from my console directly into you know, into streaming through a fancy computer setup. It really wasn't until I was 26 or 27, I'm 33 now, that I came into my own with an actual bona fide real streaming setup. And I couldn't be happier. That's when I decided I would move more into variety streaming, and I would say bouncing between the two has generally worked for me. On one hand, I do want to challenge run. It's just it's born and bred into me, so to speak. I'm born by it, molded by it, shaped by it. On the other hand, if I do that, right, if I do challenge run Darks like Elden Ring Reforged again, I will essentially be denying people the ability to vote on anything. There's nothing to vote on with that. I just boot up with a game, I do my practice, or, you know, otherwise do a run, right? There's nothing to vote on. So that other part of me is like, well, I've kind of built my channel on being able to vote for things, and so I don't think it's particularly fair if you know, I completely ignore that for like the next year. Like, I really want to stress, and I promise I'll get to chat messages in a moment. I really want to stress just how much time a run like that takes. Couch Jockey, that's the father of the magic-based hitless runs for the Dark Souls series. He's not like the true progenitor, but he's the one I'm familiar with, right? It took him a better part of a year and a half to actually fully successfully complete a hitless challenge in Dark Souls 3. It took him a long time to do that. That's a lot of time to spend just routing, practicing, doing the same stuff on camera over and over and over and over and over again before he moved on to, you know, making a mod with Tiger G92 and a bunch of other people. That's what he did. Like, I took a lot of my initial cues from him. And I want to get my thoughts out before I continue. I do apologize for people staring at a static screen. I just want to get my thoughts out. So I think a way that I could probably compromise on that, because I don't want, I guess with a streamer's choice, you know, you're saying, yeah, Coin, go ahead and choose. Do what you want to do. We're cool with that. But I want to try to find some compromise where we're quite literally voting on things to do. I really don't know. So what I thought about maybe is opening up the floor to other types of runs, not just the fire spells, but when I get practiced enough, I can like attempt to do a sort of different run. Maybe just get everyone's thoughts on that. And of course, if you don't have any real thoughts, that's totally fine. Yeah, you know, Elden Ring is not necessarily a pastime for everyone. I certainly don't expect people to know how the game works or like what the archetypes are. That said, these are just things I'm thinking about. I haven't really made a decision regarding the streamer's choice yet. This is also why I've been, you know, asking you guys, you know, what games do you want to see? I know I have the 9 options that are there, but you guys have given me other suggestions in the meantime, and I might pull from that for the streamer's suggestions. You know, or like suggestions for what to do next. Oh, you've moved over to Twitch, I see. Or you're in both places at once. That's more likely what it is. You like the chat? Mr. Jason says, with the hover bike, you literally fanned out. Indeed. Indeed. I just don't want to wear the sound effects out is really what it is, but I need to come up with some consistent rules. Mr. Jason says, streamer's choice, Breath of the Wild, 900 Korok Seed speed run. Oh no. I think I would probably give myself, you know, wrist lacerations if I did that. You know, just to focus on something else other than the insanity of 900 Korok Seeds. Mr. Jason says, oh, I missed one. Mr. Shiny says, I feel there are too many Taluses in the game overall, but it's not my job to throw stones. Oh, right. I'm pressing the button and it's doing nothing. I have to remember that we need to run up the command. I think that should have worked. There is a way I could type that manually too. I don't know if Mr. Jason has copies of the commands. There's something else I'll have to fix, no doubt. If that's not the case. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, when Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were first announced and Nintendo showed off Fido, oh, the little, bread poodle looking thing. Your first thought is, I wonder if that Pokemon eventually becomes a purebred. Okay, that was a good one. I'm going to quickly just go ahead and whip out the add alert timer. Let me make sure I've got the correct one.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the actual real warning for the commercial break. We are going to take one at around this time. It's another battle talus. What can I say? We do take commercial breaks. I'm having to take them at weird intervals. At least for the first one, just again because I was late. I do want to take the opportunity to thank everyone so much for hanging out with me. If you guys like my content and you hadn't considered doing so already, follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube or both. And please also consider joining the Discord server as well if you hadn't done so either. The Twitch and YouTube follow and subscriptions are easy ways to support my channel for free. If you're on YouTube, please also consider liking the video and leaving a comment. You know, and if there's something I could improve, you know, feel free to tell me. I'm usually receptive to comments. I don't always respond immediately, or depending on what it is at all, but I usually at least acknowledge it with a thumbs up, or, you know, more likely, content creator heart, like this. Um, we do take commercial breaks. They're 3 minutes long. There will be a timer that appears on the screen roughly above my head. When that timer hits 0, will be, the commercial break will be over. I'll be back at my desk and we could get back to gaming. I highly recommend that you guys take a break at the same time that I do. That way there's no FOMO, there's no missing out. You can use this time to continue working on your homework or or grab a snack, drink, whatever have you. And the commercial break will be well and truly over before you blink too many times. Okay, is there any other one? There's one, and I'm gonna bop him right on the head. And see, we could probably do things this way. We don't even have to hit this thing on the... I don't even have to pull out a weapon for it. I could just shoot it with some blunt horns. It's funny. Mr. Jason says, I always take a break at the top of the hour, but when you return is always highly anticipated. Highly anticipated. That was a good one. We're going to... I have to remember to increment the counter again. Let me not forget that. No, that's not correct. It is a hotkey. There we go. And with that, we're going to just quickly collect our sweet, valuable goodies. And then we'll take the highly anticipated break. Okay, I've done it. This one's just gonna have to forego a actual fuse. It's fine. It's really not that important. Our battle palace is here, so I can remove that, I think. Yeah, okay, so I marked the top of the hill, but it's here. All right, let us switch back to probably the appropriate gear, and we'll go from there. Alrighty, everyone, we're gonna take that break now, and I will see you guys after said break. So sorry about that, everyone. Oh, hold on. I feel like a hotkey has not... A bunch of hotkeys, I think, have all been broken. Yes, I still have to configure these. 1 second. Yeah, like, I think my number pad actually just straight up broke. So now the number pad is calling all of the computer shortcuts instead of the actual bona fide number pad, which is why this is happening. So let me see if I can't configure this in the meantime. This is just like actual bona fide dog water. Let's see, here are the hotkeys. Yep, just gotta test over all of them again. Let's see. Nope, I want to do that. No, not that. There we go. Apply. And then here we want that. And here, one more time. I promise that this doesn't normally bork quite so much. Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, did I tell you that disappointingly Pokemon Pokopia has been confirmed as the Nintendo Switch 2 game key card? You can't remember? Yes, you did tell me that. I used that as a springboard to talk about my stance regarding Nintendo's like legal battles and other stuff. So let's just see if this works correctly, because I'm willing to bet that it isn't. No, it does. Okay, so if I have the numlock on, then it doesn't do that. If numlock is off, it stops doing that. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that we got that all out of the way and finished. Okay, I'm going to remove this snap then, and we're going to get to work on the next one, which is definitely over here somewhere in this forest. And I think that may or may not be a battle talus as well. Mr. Jason says, that's a shame after all, Mr. Coin. Mr. buys multiple copies of Pokemon games for the cool pre-order bonuses guy. So they won't get a penny from Mr. Jason? That's totally valid. But we all kind of knew this was coming, right? They advented the key card. The CEO advocating for the key card comes in. The key card gets approved. And then games are slowly going to become key carded because guess what? China has decided that it wants to restrict a lot of the aluminum and other things that these like chips and game cards need to work. Like a lot of this is kind of part of this is like legal posturing. Another part of it is, you know, greed, right? But let's not understate the fact that there are actual real world things happening as well. And China restricting the rare earth imports or exports everywhere is an actual real issue. Because a lot of other places just don't have the mineral resources to keep up with that. So China being a global supplier of a lot of materials, and then just suddenly not exporting those materials out is a big deal. They may be utterly justified in their reasoning, but it still has an effect regardless. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I've pre-ordered a game called Dinkum Day 1 Edition for Nintendo Switch. You called that game Minecraft Australia Edition? And by a game, you mean 2 copies. Of course. Of course, the titular 2 copies. Okay, let's figure out. It's like, what, straight across? Yeah, we need to be gliding like extra early. Well, is there anything you like about Dinkum Day 1 Edition? Mr. Jason, that you would go out... Are you generally a fan of Minecraft-type games, or... It really just kind of depends. I know for me, I do like games like that, because typically games like that have a ton of crafting systems in them. And I'm a huge sucker for crafting. Really and truly. My thing is just... Minecraft itself is just something I can't do. Like, I just don't have the It's not that I don't have the mental capacity, is that the trauma response from that time, like, overrides any enjoyment I would have gotten from it. And I truly do mean that. But Terraria, Starbound, and other games, I'm perfectly fine with. I can do that all day. Yeah, our target's way out there in that forest. And we'll probably deign to take our... Let's see, let me make sure that the bot has not decided to... Okay, cool. So our next ad break will take at 5. So that'll be an hour and 15 minutes. And an hour and 10 before I run the next alert. Mr. Jason says, it's always good to have an aim in life, Mr. Coin. I think that's a joke. Oh, also the counter totally got decremented instead of incremented. I might have to restart Firebot and just, like, completely do a hard computer reset and, you know, fix these hotkeys. Because this should not be happening. Oh, no, I changed what kind of command that was. That's right. I forgot it's a key combo. When did you reset the JMP counter? Because you're even shocked that you got it back up to 71. It should have been like 76, if I remember the joke count already. I don't like... Firebot is not happy with me, apparently. I just don't get why it's having issues today. I'm gonna guess that updating OBS probably broke it. And I probably should just not have updated it until this weekend. I think that was the mistake I made, was updating OBS, and then I think a plugin broke before going live. I think that's what happened, if I remember all my pop-ups correctly. So I'm really not surprised something happens. Mr. Jason says, if it keeps going on strike, will it be fired bot? Nope, it doesn't matter whether the numlock is on or off. I think something just broke. That's fine. I can just do this manually. I probably should have just adjusted nothing and done it all manually the whole stream. Oh, I can feel the anxiety sweats coming in. I hate when something like this just breaks on such a complete scale like this. Because really, the thing I probably need to do is just restart the stream. Just restart the computer, take 15 minutes, reconfigure things, and go from there, but not gonna do that. I've already been set back by being late in the first place. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you're pleased? Oh, do tell. All right, let's get our lovely friend, the barbarian armor, ready. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Nope. It's supposed to be bombs. Oh, this one got a little bit nastier. Yeah, I expected that to happen, honestly. I'm surprised I'm getting bopped for as little as I am currently. That's fine. Let's just collect things. Right through him. Mr. Jason says you've just laid an incline out in Animal Crossing, New Horizons, and at the top you also fit a bridge, so you can directly connect them with a path when the bridge is funded. Nice. Also, Mr. Coin, the last time you played this game, your weakest weapon sliced through a battle talus ore in 3 strikes. Yep. 1 second, and I'll be a little bit more keen. A little bit more keen to, like, be chatty. Okay, Mr. Talus. Oh, that was close. That certainly could have been less messy. But it's fine. It's fine. The important thing is that the tribulation is finished. Let's grab our sweet loot. And let's get out of here. We can change this to a skull. And let's see what the heck they were even guarding. Don't worry, we'll probably be ending up on the hover bike. Actually, this may be an episode where I don't use the hover bike quite that much. Maybe. We'll have to see. All right, let's see where our next one is. Over here? Sure. Mr. Jason says you have so much to move, but you lack the funds that you have on your main island. Fair. Fair. That's either, you know, a friendly neighborhood mailbox transmission or, you know, a flight over to the island, right? I don't know if you can fly to your own islands. I don't think you can, unless they're on like just a completely different console, if I'm remembering right. This here should be a Phantom Ganon sighting. That should be what that is. So let's see if I'm right. Just gonna start flying and go from there. Ah, we get a nice, good view. I needed this after today's spat with Firebot. I really, truly did need this. Mr. Jason says, I can, Mr. Coin. Nice, for Mr. Jason has 3 Nintendo Switches, and ironically, 3 Nintendo 3DSs. And all of them each have an island for the former and a town for the island for the former and a town for the latter. Nice. Yeah, so imagine it's just a bit of tedium to get that all done more than anything else, which is fine. I mean, if tedium is the worst one has to suffer in life, I could think of worse arrangements. Alright, we should be able to glide the rest of the way over. It should literally be right here in this canal, and if we don't, or this, like, carve out in the hills, and if we don't get it, then we're going to need to, like, do something else. Alright. Does the titular blob of gloom make its appearance? It does. All right, let's get this over with. All right, Phantom Ganon, where are ya? He is that swing still comes out fast. Gotcha. He can put a foot in my face. Nice. Oh, let's not have a wooden implement on. Definitely not. All right, that's another Phantom Ganon sighting down. All right, what next? Over here? Yeah, that one sounds good. We could also clean up a different quest as well while we're here in the Typhlo ruins. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, you have, for the first time, only one TCC-related thing to say for now. The streamer Pro Quad Gamer has a disability where he's paralyzed from the neck down and uses a specialist mouth controller to play the game. Nice! And he beat all of your levels at the time and earned Troll Castle level. Some people struggle with my levels with a traditional controller, Mr. Coin. That's awesome. I'm really cool. That's very impressive. I couldn't imagine doing that with my mouth. I really couldn't. It has to be. They can't be. I guess if he is paralyzed from the neck down, right? You know, maybe he can move his head very fast, or like his neck, yeah, maybe he can move the parts of himself that he can move very fast, or else the specialized mouth controller has features I couldn't even possibly think to consider.
Hey!
There you are, my assistant. I know I can count on you to propel our research forward. Oh yeah, I discovered a new monolith while I was exploring the ruin. Yeah?
Oh.
It's right over there. At a glance, it seems different from the other monoliths. You should get closer so you can see what it says. Let's do that. Display the power of the Sage of Fire to blaze through the space between two dragons, from head to tail. 2 dragons. That description reminds me of something I saw when I first arrived at these ruins. The corridor between 2 dragons, huh? Try investigating Typhlo ruins to find the place described on the monolith. Though these ruins appear to be Zonai in origin, they feature text written in modern Hyrulean. How could that be? Who built these ruins and for what purpose? Okay, so what if this is like our corridor? I doubt it. I just really doubt it, but we're gonna try. Yeah, I didn't think that would be the case, but we can use this to kind of find a higher vantage point and find this particular one. Corridor between 2 dragons. Mr. Jason says you just thought it would be good to inform. It would be good information to make you, our executive VP, aware of our prestigious members. Indeed. I would definitely say so. I should write that down so I don't forget. Okay, I wrote that down. All things for me to check out perhaps over the weekend when I get a real chance to maybe breathe a second. As a gentle reminder to those that are like tuned in, I will not be streaming this Friday. I've got a bit of personal business in my life to take care of, and it involves family, so it's important I do it first, more than anything else. But, you know, I'll try to make it up to everyone with some bonus videos, if at all possible. My weekend is a little bit loaded, so I guess that comment about breathing doesn't really apply. But, you know, I'll do what I can to, like, get stuff ready. Because, you know, if I do decide I want to do the routing run for Elden Ring Reforged, I better have that series complete by then, or, like, at least most of the way there, you know, barring DLC and stuff. We're going to... Oh, he's just wielding a bona fide stick. I can staple one of our gloom weapons to that. Nice. I'll take that. Then we can drop... Let's drop this lovely thing. 60 points of actual real damage. Nice. Won't last long, but that's kind of not the point. Corridor. There's a corridor with 2 dragons, right? Let's do that. To blaze through the space between 2 dragons. I wonder if I just need to go up into the sky and, like, take a good look. I might need to do that. And then we can go from there. That might make more sense, too. And I should be able to find what we're looking for with a better vantage point. Okay, so we dive right back down. Here through the clouds, and what do we see? Okay, now we want to switch to the glide set. And with the slowed fall speed, that should help us out. Two dragons. Oh, maybe over here? That looks like a spot for 2 dragons. Yeah, complete with an actual real guardian blocking it. Yep, right here. Thank you for that assistance, Tulin. Okay, I'm willing to bet it's this spot right here. Alright, Yunobo, your turn, buddy. Oh, it would probably help if he were back in the right location. Alright, let's get him off the hill. It's the spot between 2 dragons, right? I'm not, like, stupid. Maybe I have to, like... Let's read this again. The space between 2 dragons from head to toe. From head to tail. Maybe... Oh, maybe it's, like, one of these gaps. Oh, we'll try a few different things while we're here. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, I were barking up the wrong tree, though. Perhaps literally. Oh. Who found me? Okay. Let's maybe do this. Got it. And I'll take your gnarled thick stick. For your reference, Executive VP, our Troll Castle Legends are in order. First Troll Castle Legend, BotW. Yep, I remember that one. Complex David on Twitch. And BotW is on YouTube. Troll Castle Legend, Julala on Twitch. PQ Gamer, Pro Quad Gamer on Twitch. Shamazi, or Shamazel Gaming on Twitch. Troll Castle Legend, Ovengard, or Overlord Vanguard on Twitch. Troll Castle Legend, Brent Trey Days on Twitch. And Troll Castle Legend, Amora 5 on Twitch. Yeah, I remember most of those. There are a couple that I didn't quite pay attention to as much as I should have. I don't have the fact internally memorized, but I am aware we have 7 or 8 of them. I think 8 if my count is correct. And I know that I can just pull up the member sheet and look at the role anytime I actually really need to truly reference it. Mr. Jason says Super World Champions are highly honored. No doubt. I really think it's this spot, like, right here. It's like the only... There's, like, a tail and heads. It's, like, here. Or else it's, like, quite literally... It's either head on or I need to hit one of these. I definitely did not need either of those. I must be missing something. Let's read this again. Display the power of the Sage of Fire to blaze through the space between 2 dragons from head to tail. The space between... Well, okay, there are 3 dragons. That's the problem. The spot needs to be exactly 2 dragons, I'm willing to bet. Like, it has to look almost exactly like what it says. And if it doesn't look like that, then that's a problem. Uh-oh. No, you're not fusing anything. I'll take a strong Zonite sword, and I can probably put, yeah, let's put a gloom sword on top of that. There, that's better. Mr. Jason says, especially all that I put them through, but you wanted to test their resolve. My levels, while they can be played by casuals, absolutely weed out the casuals. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I have seen a couple of snapshots of, you know, people posting stuff like that. It's, I don't think exactly your levels, but, like, some of the troll levels that people have put on the Discord server have been truly wild stuff. Aylin says, didn't you already do this? Welcome on in, Aylin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. So we did the first part, right? We did the... Where is it? It's a side adventure for sure. I wish I could filter this quest log. That would really be quite helpful. But we did the first one, which required the Sage of Wind. We need the Sage of Fire now. Like, we already have the Sage of Fire, but what I don't have is an understanding on the quest at hand. There's no way it's this. There's no 2 dragons set up here anywhere. The only thing I could think of that comes to mind is, like, back where we were earlier. Otherwise, Aelin, you've come in at a good time. We're doing side quest and enemy placement cleanup. We're going around and killing all the Phantom Ganons that we've marked, or other field bosses, side quests, and so on. We'll be spending at least the next few streams doing that stuff. We have killed lots of enemies with boom booms today. In case you were thinking of asking that question next, I already have the answer. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, when you made your levels, later levels more haha funny trolly, you could say that the TCC Troll Castle Challenge, as it is aptly named, does allow me to be a little bit more evil, for a lack of a better word. I think I have the right word for you, friend. Let me read that sentence again with the right word. While I made my later levels more haha funny trolly, I could say that the TCC, as it is aptly named, does allow me to be a little bit more insidious, for a better word to use, particularly devious. And often not in a good way. That's usually what insidious means. So, it's a fancy word, but the fancy word is a bit more apropos for what you're looking for, I think. Aelin says, damn, I was typing. Did you ram any bitches? We sure did. We a lot of Phantom Ganons. A lot of Phantom Ganons, a lot of battle taluses today. Yeah, so far, and one Stallnox. Most of the battle taluses we killed either with explosions or with a weapons grade smacking. I think oh, the policy, the place. Yes, I was wondering why that word was police. I think the place to use your Unobo is on the west side of the island. Okay, that is certainly helpful. I think I may have found it, actually. Why don't we dive back down to it? That's going to make things a lot easier. It's either going to be in one of the squares, or it's going to be the straightaway that I saw there, like, etched into the topography of the map. We're gonna find out. And doing a dive down is the easiest way for me to get to it quickly. It's the straightaway. That was my very first inclination, and it's what I was gonna go for first. Thank you for the assist on that. That probably would have taken me a little while to find. Just gonna put a marker right here so I know where to go. Oh, star where? I actually want to wait and see where this goes. I might put a pin where it's gonna be. Did I miss something, Mr. Jason? I think I did. I already read the World Champions. They're highly honored. Yeah, test the resolve. Oh, yeah, no. I see what's going on. As you do have the right word, I'm glad that I made the choice to make you Executive VP, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Sorry, I got a bit sidetracked, A, with the star, and B, with the assistance that I was being given for that. Can I just grab this? I could just grab it midair. Wow, nice. And then Mr. Jason says you missed one, Mr. Coin. Always happy to let you know. Thank you. I think I see it. It's literally this. All right, Unobo, you ready, my fine friend? There. what treasure are we gonna find in here? Hopefully something worth our while. Oh, cool, and it even turned me around so I know right where I need to go. For what it's worth, Mr. Coin, even my best friends don't tend to make it far up the TCC ladder. Well, I mean, that's just a matter of different strokes for different folks, right? You and Jamie, I do not know either of you in real life, but you're basically the bosses. And then we all exist, Aelin. That is too true. Existing is like the best form of victory you could have in real life. You know, even a highly marbled, you know, agonizing existence, in my honest purview, is victory. Because there's always a chance, you know, to relieve someone of their agony and make their existence less pained, right? Pained enough to live and have fun and be human. But if you don't exist, you don't live, there's nothing we could do but, you know, memento mori, right? You know, have memory of the fallen and the dead. You found the hidden treasure at the location hinted at by the monolith. Cool, so I'm willing to imagine a lot of these other ones are going to be contained in these cloistered little square spaces that we have seen on the map. After all, there's definitely something here, there's something here, there's something like here, and who knows what's on this end of the island. I'm also curious as to what what our friend the surveyor has to say about our find.
Hey!
You're working late. Don't overdo it, okay? I can't have my trusty assistant getting worn out.
Hey!
You found it? The place the monolith was talking about? Yep, it kind of sprung out of the earth. So that's where it was. Excellent work. I'll go and take a look shortly. Huh. It seems there's nothing more you can help me with for now. I'll investigate alone for a while. Just check back in when I inevitably make a new discovery. I'm counting on you. Let's see. I fear I may have missed things. Let's see. This is directed at someone. I don't know if arduous is necessarily the right word. It's more like, if you don't, to quote a like turn of phrase, I tire of the obsequious functionaries and the dribbling bureaucrats that come before Jarl Balgruff, my House Carl. Okay, I definitely did not quote that correctly, but the point is, you have to act a certain way in the board. It's there's some decorum that has to be followed, and some people I shouldn't say some people. I kind of flip between the two worlds. I can be kind of laissez-faire with my speech if I want to, but I know when I need to present some decorum. I know when I need to, you know, put on the top hat, wear my appellate badge, and get serious. Some people's brand of serious is not that. And that doesn't mesh well with the TCC board, in my opinion. Especially board meetings, right, Executive VP Coin? It's really not that bad. Mostly you're just waiting on people to, you know, take the time to communicate things properly, and yeah, our protocols being followed. That's really about it. It's just that not everyone's a rules person, and we need people who are not necessarily rule breakers, right? But we need people to remind us that, hey, rules are only just if they're fair. If they're not fair, they're not just, and they need to be changed. Like, you need people like that. Maybe, and the best place to have them is not a part of the government at all, but as a, and I say government, but I could substitute any ruling body here, but it's best if they're, you know, in with the people and the people know them well. That's where you need a person like that to be. Let's figure out our next spot, and I think there's one literally right here. Do we really need board meetings? Some things. It's just how Mr. Jason chooses to conduct business more than anything. And you know, especially if you do have an expansive server with like lots of people on it, like over 400, yeah, having meetings can certainly help. Really, I think you can get a lot accomplished without boardroom meetings, but meetings help people feel better. Meetings help people feel better. It feels like, you know, you have a place to air your grievances if there are any. I kind of liken it to the way that Fallout 3 presented, you know, the staff meetings that the folks on the capsized boat town would have, where it's like nobody really likes to have the meetings, but they're seen as necessary, right? In order to make sure people can again air their grievances and, you know, make policy positions on certain things well known, so that management knows what to do about that. Or, you know, back in the example I was using, so the town literally knows what it needs to do to function. Aelin says, I kind of want to stage a rebellion against the owner of my friend group server. I mean, do so at your own risk, right? What the heck is this? Like, why? What's the deal with this? I marked this, but I don't know what to do with it. Do we, like, staple it on front of something? There might be a quest. You know what, now that I'm thinking on it, like, I'm glad this isn't like an empty, like a Stalnox, right? But I don't have any context for what this is. Mr. Jason says, essentially, nothing gets decided in the TCC until Coin, Haru, Sadie, Jamie, Helen, and Madeline come to, like, an agreement. Although I do hold the power to veto that you can use, albeit rarely. And with public board meetings, I don't even give my opinion until all the board members have had their say. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, kind of like a town hall, Aelin. That's probably a good way to look at it. Where, you know, Mr. Jason will, like, hold the floor for a minute to, like, bring up a question and then get us to, like, respond to it. Whether that be, like, structure, like, any sort of, like, roles issued, ticketing system error, things like that. Yeah, we basically talk about it and maybe speculate on and come up with solutions for it. And then either there's an automated system in place that we can fiddle with to make the solution work, or, you know, one of us or a number of us will get to work implementing it. More or less. I don't think there's any real corrections necessary. I just chose to parse the words differently. But I think Aelin's question is basically spot on. It's like a town hall. You just have, there are titles to go with it. It's modeled kind of like a board meeting with a CEO, with a CEO and like other positional labels. That's really about it. Aelin says, and you have this for effing Mario Maker, Super Mario Maker 2 to be precise. But yeah, look, you'll have to take that one up with Mr. Jason. I was brought into all this. I don't necessarily have the complete bona fide lore for like all of that. You two are talking at each other, so I'm gonna like I'm gonna leave you two to it. Oh, I forgot this was underground. Oops. But it's fixable. Probably. Maybe. You just gotta get out of here first. Oh, isn't there a treasure chest up here? Hold on. I think there's a treasure chest, and I've been meaning to, like, take care of it. There are a couple of these. See, I'm not super chilly. Now we're chilly. Let's see, what can I do here? Maybe this. And hope it doesn't get too much cooler. Mr. Jason says, although Mr. Coin, the only way to get to me is through the channel board room register, and that puts the client in front of all the most powerful people in the organization. Too true. Ah, that's what this is. Oh no. Let's get up that really quick. Let's see. Oh, there's some sneaky food we can eat. Hang on. Or sneaky elixir. There. Let's just bop these over the head. If we can. And we're gonna chuck up Puffshroom down there and take out the last one, ideally without so much as too much of a stink. And yeah, you kind of have to sell the suggestion. You know what hurt these monsters? A big freaking bomb. Indeed. Enough that they set up their whole base with a bomb. Absolutely. All right, now what did we get as a reward for this? Is it probably gemstones? It is a spiked iron ball hammer. Nice. But yes, we have to persuade the CEO to take up our idea. Not unlike being a car salesman, kind of. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Drop those horns and let's get diffusing away, probably. And maybe also we drop the... Oh, actually, I pulled out one horn too many if I'm doing that. Okay, so this is getting the Gloom Spear. And we'll do one each. What do we have left? Nothing? Make that 2 horns too many. Let's see. So if Aelin wanted to discuss something regarding the TCC, they would need to contend with, yeah, all of these people, Jamie, myself, Helen, Sadie, Haru, and Madeline. Yeah, all of the inner circle, basically. Aelin says I don't use it, so I'll just let y'all deal with that. Probably smart. Look, it's just at the end of the day, it is just a Discord server. So your mileage will definitely vary. Let me also switch over to here. If I were in charge, or, you know, let's say I were the CEO, right? I probably wouldn't structure it quite like that. But it's not my Discord server, right? It's Mr. Jason's Discord server. He's free to structure it however he wants to. That's why my own Discord server is... Well, I should say that's not why, because, you know, that would imply the structuring was already like that from the start, or wasn't already like that from the start, and I took notes. No, I just... It's different when you only have one person. And even with a couple of moderators, right? You know, my sibling helps manage the Discord server. My sibling's role is largely ceremonial, right? You know, I have my moderators take up a garb of a famous Elden Ring character as part of the server name. And, oop, let's not knock things over, Mr. Coin. Oh, right, I'm probably gonna have to wear all of this. Let's see. I'm gonna be freezing up here, which is what I thought. Alan says, yeah, your server is very organized. Thank you. It's organized, but for the most part, I have automated systems that manage everything. You know, with the exception of tickets, which I don't need a ticket system. People just bring their complaints right to me directly, or again to my sibling. Either one of us are more than happy to field questions. Although perhaps my sibling a bit less so now because they've recently found employment. I'm super happy about that. They work as what essentially amounts to being a barista in a grocery store. So, I guess the gender-neutral term would be a barrister, right? But yeah, I mean it's decent money. They just have to stand on their feet all day. Mr. Jason says, to be honest, we had 249 rolls and you knocked it to 191. Yeah, that's still a lot of rolls. I barely have like 20. And most of them are for like bots. So if I count like only the people-centric rolls on my server, I have like maybe 10 or 12. Let's see, you have one for myself, one for moderators, one for the central, like, I guess if I'm eliminating all the bots, then there goes the Praetor. Like their role is not a thing. I have one for each subscriber on Twitch. We have coffee Patreon roles that I couldn't incorporate from Twitch, so that's 2 more. Then we have the Hall Champions role, which is for people who advertise their content on Twitch and YouTube. I appoint them that role, and they can post their stuff in the balcony or in the projector room, depending on if they're on Twitch or YouTube. As you guys will most undoubtedly know, in the roundtable balcony, there should just be a spot where Axel is always posting their streams. Then we have all the junior inductees, like the default role everyone gets on the way in, which I think brings us up to like 10 or 11, something like that. Alan says rookie numbers. Mr. Jason says, did you know that, Mr. Coin? Yeah, I knew that you had parsed it down from 249, but the 191 number is new. Alan says that's good for them. Thank you. I'll give my sibling that sentiment as well. And then Mr. Jason is just repeating what they said earlier about the roles being... They basically reverse the sentence, so I don't need to read that. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, most roles in the TCC are important. Well, a lot of them are historical, right? A lot of them are historical. They're meant to denote people who have done certain things. Like the Troll Castle Champions denote people who have completed the Troll Castle challenges without help. I believe the Troll Castle Explorer role is for people who have received limited assistance doing the exact same thing, like hints, that sort of thing. We have all the individual board positions with their own sub role. And outside of the like the board room, you also have all the staff roles. Like, yeah, they're either ceremonial, like historical, or they indicate, you know, something important. I get it. There's a lot of lot of roles. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, yeah, the clients, the troll creators, the challengers, verified streamers. Yeah, that's probably one of our most important roles. You know, people that come in and just stream and they get to advertise their stuff in the TCC. Yeah, that's a thing they can do. The managers and the overpaid executives, getting paid for that role would be would help me out. But yes, definitely overpaid for sure. And then the bitch rammer as like a joke role. I don't want to. I mean, I know we're talking about the TCC here, so that's a Mr. Jason question. But I did used to like give out joke roles, but I try not to do that, because you know, I want all the roles to mean something. We're just gonna take some damage. That's what we're gonna do, is take some damage. It's fine. We don't chill out. We don't take cold damage quite as much as we take heat damage. Or like damage from heat exposure is faster than damage from cold exposure. But yeah, I want all my roles to have like importance. You have the praetors, you have the consuls. I like a lot of the words are taken right from the Roman government positions of the same name, as like a bit of a sub-theming, but that's really about it. It's just a sub-theming. I could replace these with like admin, officer, and so on, and it would mean the same thing. Okay, we're just gonna pop these three very quickly. And then we're going to... I'll see if I can't kill with an explosion, but I'm also kind of wanting to get these supplies. We're burning through a lot of arrows today. Come on, Link. Ascend through the thing. Oh, they've actually lost focus on me. And yeah, clients can't approach the board with any suggestion. That's absolutely correct. Are you serious? I just got dumped off the thing again. No, get back up there. Yeah, I believe you create a ticket. That is correct. All of the TCC automation systems are ticket-based. I think there's just a few things you have to fill out with your ticket, but gotta be careful. Let's see. This is probably fine. One more time for the lads and lasses at home. Bye. Let's just say, you know, while we're talking about, you know, Discord policies and stuff, or just like maybe a more overarching structure or question I could ask in general in relation to that is, how do you guys feel about rules and structure? I think I've mentioned this a couple times before. I'm kind of a law and order. I'm a rules person. I like having them. They give me structure. I kind of don't think we can all just live as humans. You know, regardless of where we are in the internet or in the real world, I don't think we can really live contextually all the time. or else there would be no rules. The rules are there to provide some structure and provide people a baseline for what they can and can't do, right? You need that structure. Do I think that the structure should necessarily be overbearing? No. I know, the most milquetoast of opinions, right? It's this one. Oh, I can't reach it. I have to use two hands. Oh, also, I didn't even mean to mark that. Yeah, I do not think the like keys aren't working at all. Okay, okay. You're exclaiming 4 times, Mr. Jason. What's up? Okay, we can get rid of that stamp. That lets us reclaim some things, get them back. What else do we have? This spot here? Yeah, sure. That spot there, we can probably fly over from Linder's Brow to make that happen. Aelin called you out in front of your own board. That's hilarious. Dare to dream and dare to dream big. If there's one thing that I think Aelin would be known for, it is daring to dream and daring to dream big. That's funny. That's like what, you know, slamming the book down on the table, or, you know, dropping your glove to the floor. Think that's what that type of gesture is called? I also did not mean to put on the stealth suit. I needed to put on the glide suit. Totally different thing. All right, let's mark the location with a pin. And then let's swap over to the correct piece of armor. Aelin aimed that shot right at the boss of the board. Oof. I mean, you did bring it on, Mr. Jason. You did drop your gauntlet first, right? you what? You dared me to do it. Exactly. The onus is on the person who dropped the dueling gauntlet first. You don't remember that. Ah, yes. Sarcasm, the thing that maybe not everyone is super well rehearsed with. But I think you two are, like, very much well aware of the sarcasm you're choosing to display. Okay, we can glide over. In fact, I think we can probably maneuver right to it, right from here, without so much as... I think we're overdue for some boom booms. We gotta put the boom booms on the screen, albeit maybe without freezing to death. That would be nice. Can we make it happen without losing too much health? All right, Aelin, this one is for you, my good sir. If you know, you know. Oh, all right. Well, that was a fun exercise in boom booms. I want to try to not run through too many more bombs, but we've got like 10 to spare before I start worrying about supplies. I know. Oh, the streamer doesn't want to dip below triple digits. There are some people that live by the bomb almost exclusively. Mr. Jason says, oh, this is in regard to someone, so... Yeah, that's what I thought would probably happen. Yeah, I would indeed call that an interesting dare. I would comment on it, but I'm streaming right now, so I'm going to refrain from doing that. Our next bit of business is up here at Nero Hill, and I think... I'm trying to remember if it is... I think it's this one that's underneath the ground. Let's find out. It's been a while since we've been here. And I guess I do have like a general order. I'm kind of going through and doing all the things I've marked first. And then I can move on to like actual side quests. But other than like that, I don't have like a real rhyme or reason to things here. Okay, so what we need to do is... How did this happen? This was a cave. I remember that for sure. This was a cave. And this takes me back toward Piper Ridge, and we're wanting to go to Nero Hill. Oh no, let's not have that going on. That is... Actually, I'm curious to see what a splash fruit does here. I don't think it's gonna do anything. Yeah, it does nothing. Which is what I thought would probably happen. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Aelin got a rare response. Got from the executive chair themselves. You set that up, though. Like, you put on the dare. So I know, I wasn't expecting you to put an actual reply here. That maybe is the little bit of a plot twist, but fair enough. You said, yes, you did dare Aelin, but Aelin, the answer is... no, which unfortunately I think is part of the setup. Kind of. Maybe a little bit, but... it's fine. It's for the lulz, right? The B word wouldn't be appropriate. Yeah, we have people of all ages here at the TCC. Oh god, I'm running out of room. What do I do here? I guess I could, like, fuse something? Yeah, let's do that. Nope, wrong shield. Use this, and then we can, like, we can always unstaple that later. Alright. So we have a way to go further north. Good. I think. Maybe? No, we're heading east. Locked and deleted. Okay. Hello, Mr. Ice Like. Bye, Mr. Ice Like. Okay, right. It comes from this cave, the Tanagar Hill Cave. Okay, so how are we getting here, then? Like, clearly our path is to, like, ascend up here into this. Do we need to go to the Giza Cave, maybe? Let's try the Giza Crater and see what happens. I sort of doubt it, but we might as well look. Because there's a one-time chest that I'm wanting to open. That's what that all is the one-time chest. Okay, so methinks... doesn't really matter which part of the cave I enter into. Let's maybe enter in through here. Oh. it's gonna be not that whatsoever. I did not want to do that, but whatever, video game. Oh, I guess we can pick up a bomb while we're here. Sure. So it's the other cave, maybe? This is actually quite a perplexing one. To, like, try to find. Because there really aren't too many caves we could, like, go through to get that particular one. It's gotta be one of these two. If it wasn't the Tanagar Canyon cave, it's gotta be this other one. And then, you know, once we get all this, like, boring stuff, and I say boring with, like, a asterisk here, right? Like, because it's not, you know, me getting annoyed by every Korok under the sun. It's not us going for story beats or anything like that either. It is just quite literally, you know, us finding random things to clean up. Alan says, anywho, farewell, and remember, ram the bitches. And when a pregnant woman swims, she's a human submarine. Oh my god. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Alan. Much appreciate. Your company is much appreciated, of course. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later, but if I don't see you again for whatever reason, do take care of yourselves and stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to continue thumbing our nose and looking around for what to do next. Okay, so even or. Really? Alright, video game. I was wondering if you were gonna let me have that. I guess if you want to lose max HP relatively quickly, this is like a way to do it. Okay, no. It's neither of these. Alright, maybe it might be worth flying over to that and taking a look around. Oh shoot, I just realized I'm supposed to be running things manually. Oof and a half. Well, let's put out the 5-minute notice, like, right now. Which is over here.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the advertisements. I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I really, truly appreciate it. And I know I've talked about the free, easy ways to help the channel, you know, for free. And of course, you guys being here is enough for me. But if you guys do feel like being financially generous and you really like my work, and you like our audience of spinsters, maybe for no other reason other than that one, you know, do consider chucking some coins at us for a low time rate of $1 to $2 a month on Patreon and Coffee. You can get most of the benefits your peers enjoy. Enhanced Discord access, you know, an extra vote when we vote on things, etc., etc. All that stuff takes place on the Discord. Most of the benefits are Discord derived, so you know, if you want to chuck coins at me for that alone, be my guest. But if you want to do it through the more expensive means on Twitch, you know, you get emotes, you get ad reduction, or like ad elimination, excuse me. I would be mad if they offered reduced ads at tier 1. That's like super. That would be super stupid. And I really am hoping that the CEO is not listening to that right now. He's too busy embroiled in scandal to listen to that. It's got to be this hill up here. That said, that you can find that stuff in my Linktree link in the description at the bottom, or underneath the video player on Twitch in the bottom right-hand corner. It'll be before you get to the tabs or, you know, places to see schedule or the about section. That is where you will find the Linktree link. It should be in the same place the social media handles are. You can go and where the native social media link would be on Twitch, not where mine specifically are. But you can go and click on that, and all of my stuff will be there. Patreon, Coffee, you know, my Twitter, Blue Sky, so on. And my Discord, of course. And the Ob10 Network Discord. All of that is there, and more. I'll let you guys fiddle around with that. I don't much like asking people to directly click on a Coffee or Patreon link. I think that's real silly. That said, we do take 3-minute breaks around here for commercials. This is to mitigate pre-roll on Twitch, if for no other reason. I highly recommend everyone take a break at about the same time, because I'll be getting up and taking a stretch break myself. But there will be a timer above my head as the screen changes over. When that timer hits 0, I should be back at my desk, and we can pick up where we left off, among other things. And then after that, I'm probably good to run the ads in sequence, you know, when the hour has passed. Okay, we need to figure out how to get in here, but that's probably going to happen after the break. Okay, so this I can tell you're supposed to clearly, like, come in through underneath. But what I don't know is how. I'm going to have to look at this during the commercial break. But I'm going to go ahead and take that commercial break now. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys after the commercial break. I apologize for the additional delay, guys, but I do need to kind of like go handle one or two things in real life real quick. Give me a. I'm gonna tick up a timer, I think, and I will be back as soon as humanly possible. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's just go ahead and fix this. Oh, so I've looked this up, and let's just say it's really stupid. I'm being rather liberal with the use of that word. Let me catch up on chat and then we can pick right back up. Mr. Jason says, my mistake today, Mr. Coin, underestimating Aelin. You didn't think that they would actually create a ticket with how imposing the TCC is. Some people, Mr. Jason, you just have to know their caliber. Some people are, flop the big stick on the table and sit, and they're the ones that are going to say, here, I've put my big stick on the table. What about your stick on the table? Are you here on business? Or are you going to be a doddering old neonate or whatever? A doddering old namby-pamby person that's not here, that's only here on ceremony. Some people are just no nonsense. And yeah, like when you realize that, when you see the measure of such a person, you start being able to spot it a bit easier. I deal with a lot of no-nonsense individuals that just don't have... They're not subtle. They're direct people. And they match measure for measure. If you can't, and people can't put up with that, well, you learn not to cross them soon enough. Mr. Jason says, I bet no, that imposing is also not the best choice of word. It could be a bit intimidating. But moreover than that, just like a vast, expansive structure. It can definitely seem daunting or intimidating to the right person. But you know, Mr. Coin, that you know what I wanted to achieve, and you did achieve said goal of exemplifying the TCC board as powerful, because even Aelin said in this chat something along the lines of, I had to say that. I don't want to look insane. Like I said, putting big sticks on the table, right? So, you guys may be interested. We looked at this earlier and had issues, right? We looked at this and we're wondering what the heck to even do about it. Just move this over here. And move in from up top. In fact, we could probably... Right, fuse has already been used on this. We need to find a... I need to find a shield that I'm comfortable losing. Which I guess would probably be this one. Just unfuse this. So it's either here or it's near where the stairs are. Let's see if I have this right. Okay. So it's not there. It's probably here. There's supposed to be like a small crack in the wall you can look for. Uh-oh. Have I still got this wrong somehow? Oh, that would be a problem. Look, this should just be straightforward. It should just be an explosion. What gives? Okay, I have to look at the Reddit thread again for this, because, oh my goodness, I don't think I've ever been more flabbergasted with this particular treasure chest. This was after looking at it for like a solid 4 minutes. Hold on, I'm still having to read. Okay, let me take a look around this structure a bit more. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Executive VP, someone a little while ago complimented the TCC. They said this looks like something Nintendo would set up. Maybe with, like, less... It's not this. This is not our break point. We're looking for... Are you freaking serious? Are you serious? Is that why this bomb was here? Really? Wow. How did I not see this? That was super difficult to find. And now all we have to do is just find the correct spot to dive through, and then we're probably good. I just, you know, I guess I should have thought simple rather than complicated, but even so, like, come on. That was tucked a little bit too well in the grand scheme of things. It's probably, like, right here. Just barely. Alright, what do we have in here? Just a large energy charge. This really wasn't worth the frustration, but we got it, so we could take that little bit of a snippet off from there, and now we can fly. The next spot, I believe, is an actual bona fide quest. Let's see if I can find the quest entry for that. But yeah, you know, outside of, like, the number of ranks or, like, number of roles, I would agree. The TCC does look like something that Nintendo would probably set up. But most Japanese companies, to my knowledge, like that bit of insulation between, you know, their customers and, like, prospective fans and themselves. They really like the insulation, so I can't see too many, you know, like, AAA Japanese companies making Discords. That's mostly, like, an indie developer thing. If I remember right. Okay, next up on our list is, yeah, right over here. There's supposed to literally be something. We're gonna put a pin by it. And actually, I'm probably gonna have to kill this thing. That's probably what's gonna have to happen, but one thing at a time. So I'm looking forward to dinner tonight. Dinner is pretty mighty tasty. It's a meal we have here often at the house. It's called sausage cabbage potato bake. I almost merged cabbage and potato. I think I was gonna say pottage, but that's not correct. And it has both mild Italian and kielbasa sausage as the meats of choice. So the juices that the cabbage and the potatoes cook in are super salty and very delicious. I mean, your gut is certainly not going to have the most pleasant of times after eating such a dish, but if you just need something on a cold night, I could think of a few things besides, like, say, minestrone soup that are, you know, worth their mileage in terms of keeping people warm. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you have two offices, the office of the president of the U.S. branch and the office of the executive branch. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, God, am I like the Doug Bowser of the TCC? I better not be. My background is not an EA. I have to have everyone know that. I am not a Doug Bowser. I promise. Oh, I meant to do research on him, and I totally forgot to do that. Oh well, I'll try to do it by tomorrow. It's like right over here. Blake, shouldn't be that cold up here. Nah, you're the cool, fun Reggie. Thanks, I appreciate that. Okay, so it's like here, right? I think it's here. Oh, I think here was just to mark a quest. Let me take a look at our quests, our side adventures / quests here. Gourmet gone missing. The Beast and the Princess. I'm thinking it's a shrine quest that's here. Or like otherwise a side quest. Whirly swirly things. Yep. Let's see. In fact, Mr. Jason says, and while I should make sure I'm looking at YouTube while that's going on. Okay. Ah. Nothing like a bit of peppermint to open your nostrils. Let's see if we can't find this. So this would be... In West Occluda stands twins. Okay, no. 8 heroines. Right. Then we have that treasure. We have... I'm looking through this. That's not really... Interesting. I know there was a quest associated with this. Mr. Jason says, in fact, you were even more Reggie than you realized. He went up against Nintendo of Japan and convinced them to pack in Wii Sports. Wow. Yeah, that's really nice. I like that you'll speak your mind and you respect that. Thank you. Yeah, I try to. I mean, I try to be polite about it, of course, but sometimes, you know, you do need to just cut through brass tacks and say what you're gonna say, right? I still try not to phrase anything particularly repellently, but you don't always have time to, like, delicately tiptoe around the things that need to be said. You just have to say them and trust that the person you're talking to on the other side, you know, knows that you're being sincere and genuine with you, and they're not just, you know, they aren't wanting you to suck up. I would not remain if that were the case. Okay, we're gonna put in the mushroom. Just keep the keep this one from, like, doing too much. One more time for the masses. Mr. Jason says, I don't want to be around yes people. Me neither. I can't stand that. I need people to be willing to share their perspectives. And of course, that means the environment has to be safe enough for them to do that, right? Welcome on in, Tension Hollywood 7381. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're just about to slaughter a fire Gleeok and then get to work figuring out what the heck this location has on offer in terms of, like, a supposed quest. If and you don't mind my asking, since you're saying that you have 980 Korok seeds in this game, because Breath of the Wild only has 900, how much of Tears of the Kingdom have you played around with or completed?
Or have you beaten it multiple times? I always try to ask my audience this so I know how to steer conversations and maybe avoid certain spoilers, yada yada, blah blah blah. This is a first time playthrough for me, but I do look up things as necessary. Tension says thank you and God bless you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. I think if I do what I'm about to do, I'm gonna have to manually put in another like manually activate a hotkey again. Tension says you're at the end and you've upgraded all your armor. Nice. Nice. I still have yet to upgrade most things in this game. I've got like only 2 level 2 sets and 2/3 of the way to another level 2 set. I need to like frick. I do need to spend some time grinding up the next the ingredients for the next upgrades, but that can happen later. It's not super important I do it now. Thank you, thank you. Let me see, does this work? No. What about with the numlock? No. Okay, yeah, I think OBS updating just straight up broke a lot of updates. Hold on. Yeah, I have to do this manually. Gleox is one of the only things that take my attention, so I want to make sure I've given it its due diligence and I've focused on it. Let's see, it's probably this one. And we could probably eat some... Yeah, we can actually use the attack up to, like, fully stack that effect. Oh, no, that's not the correct one. I need heat resistance, and I don't have such a set on me yet. So instead, what I think I could probably do is this. Tension says it's your first playthrough? Nice! I don't think so, little buddy. We're not getting out of here with that. I'm not letting you do that. There we go. Got it. Okay, let me unactivate this manually. God, I hate that. Yeah, like that just straight up doesn't work. That's like really unfortunate. I definitely think something broke here. I cannot be having breakages like that if I do a challenge run. Tension says it's your first playthrough. Yeah, I think I already read that. You did all the shrines? Awesome. Yeah, I bet those were tedious. Tension, if and you don't mind my asking, since you're here, and I'll read that last sentence. I left a like. Thank you. You hope that helps. It surely does. Since it is your first time playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom, what do you like the game, generally speaking? And if so, what do you like most about Tears of the Kingdom? For me personally, I never ask people questions I don't answer myself. But me personally, I quite enjoy the combat in Tears of the Kingdom. I generally enjoy the overworld exploration, a certain twiddly sprite notwithstanding. Man, the musical scores are pretty good. I like, even though this game is bigger and I think it definitely can wear out its welcome, I do prefer it over Breath of the Wild. But then again, I'm just a sucker for big RPG action adventure games like this in general. Tension says, I love the game's storyline and the open world. Nice. Yeah, I generally like open world titles. I think they can be a lot of fun. Not only do I think that, but I think if they're implemented right, there's a lot you can find. Tension says, in my house on there looks like a mansion. You love it? Nice. I am meaning to get to work on that in Terrytown. I mean, not yet, obviously, but it is a thing on my bucket list to do. I've definitely been carrying around.
Sure, Jan.
I am truly blessed with an audience of spinsters, and I am so blessed with them because I myself am not a spinster. Not really. Alright, so we had... I wonder if the quest is already done. Why did I mark this? I had a reason I marked this. And it's just, I'm completely... Oh, I know why I marked it. It's because, there's a cave that we have yet to find. Like, a place we have yet to find. That's what it is. Yep. And, I think I'm supposed to bring something here? Yeah, that's why. I need to come back to this later when I've got the real weapons. Tension asks or says, did you know that you could store all your weapons at your house? Yep, I'm aware. The house should have similar functionality to the one in Breath of the Wild, right? Where you could store 3 weapons on a panel. Can you, store more than 3? Or is it, just 3? Which is totally fine. I'm just curious. While we're here, I can maybe look around for the... Got a couple things we just don't have clean answers to. Let's go to this island over here at the Makar Island, because I know there was a Phantom Ganon there. Tension says the slab right in front of you is the entrance. Yeah, I figured as much. I just don't think I have the corresponding quest that gives me the information that I need to open it. I could look that up, but I want to kind of wait and do it organically, right? I think it'll make for a better viewing experience if I can find the quest that goes along with it. For those that are maybe just tuning in, this is a 100% Let's Play. I am trying to get all of these shrines, Korok seeds, and so on. Hence the counter underneath my portrait. I'm trying to get everything in the game. And that takes a long time. A lot of people do any percent stuff, and that's totally fine. But I like going for the full Monty in a game. Just absolute, complete, everything we can possibly get in the game. Tension says you can buy 3 shield, weapon, and sword storerooms. Ah, okay. So the storerooms probably have like planks on them that you can put things on, or else mounts. Makes sense. I'm looking forward to seeing it for myself when I get the chance. But now is not that time. We're cleaning up all the overworld bosses first. Or just like all the things I've marked in overworld for us to do. Speaking of overworld, I didn't mark this, and I should have. This should be an entity. That should be where a King Gleeok is. Okay. Are we gonna have the whole thing with Phantom Ganon, or am I gonna have to leave the region and come back? Let's see if I'm right. Yep, I thought so. Okay, let's put on the appropriate gear. And get out another 3-shot bow. Two, 3. Alright. Alright, Mr. Phantom Ganon, let's go. I have a date with destiny with you. Okay, that is a dashing attack. Gotcha. I'm getting better at fighting these. Thank you, Tulin. Tension says going for the Kingdom Gleeok, you had to fight 10 to get one of your upgrades. It was legendary, but a nightmare all in one. Yeah, I can just, Nintendo really did just say, they want to own your butt for like a solid year while you play Tears of the Kingdom and get all the upgrades and everything. They really did say that. We're going to delete that and put a pin here. That's about where it spawned, so we're good to move on now. Let's see. There are also several enemies we have yet to clear out, but that's probably fine. Let's see. Anything else we've not done? There's something here. What is that? I think that's a Phantom Ganon sighting. Yeah, let me go back and get that sentence for context. Yeah, Nintendo really did just want to own your butt for a solid year. Maybe more. And I say year, it's probably closer to like 8 months, right? If I'm being, just completely honest, right? We could probably afford to wear one piece. Actually, it should probably be like this. Tension says you broke like 10 swords fighting them. Yeah, Gleeoks have a ton of health. If you don't have the right gear, they're really gonna punish you coming in unprepared. If you don't have decent weapons, it's gonna take you a long time to get them to transition phases, and you're gonna probably be left with no weapons by the time you're done. That's why coming in with like a proper bow and probably elemental effect items work just as well as bombs. I'm mostly using bombs for clippable purposes, and someone asked that I, kill things with bombs, but elemental arrows work just as well, honestly. Yeah, if you don't come in with the right gear, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, Gleeoks just demand that level of prep. And I would say Lionels do too, for the most part. Especially the armored ones. Give me just 1 second. Yep, I thought I was sitting a bit low in my chair. I'm glad I fixed that. Ah. Nothing like a good strong swig of peppermint tea. I quite like it. It's nice to have that instead of coffee. I am a coffee connoisseur, and I do enjoy my coffee, but I'm just as happy with tea. I got 2 boxes of peppermint tea, the herbal kind, and they've served me quite well. I'm pretty sure this is a Phantom Ganon location. Tension says, do you know about the sword that has level 100? Like 100 attack right before it breaks? I can't say I do. But yeah, I don't know right off the top of my head. Hello. Yeah, I thought you would probably be out here. Let's get them out of here. Alright, Phantom Ganon. Another spear user? Oh, he's gonna teleport. That's what you use on the Lionels? Makes sense, makes short work of them. Oh, I'm having a bad time dodging these today. Gotcha. You just, with Phantom Ganons, the best advice I have is to try to anticipate their next attack. Or, you know, try to anticipate when they're about to make a swing. Like that. And then outside of that, you won't find, you really won't have too much issue dealing with them. The biggest and most difficult challenge with the Phantom Ganons are the sword users. By far, because the sword swings are just the fastest attack known to mankind. It's, you really almost have to, like... No, actually, I think it would be more akin if I compared them to... If I compared them to Margit the Fell from Elden Ring, like the first major road hurdle of a boss, where his attacks come out fast, but they have a ton of wind up. So you're forced to kind of like sit there and wait for him to start swinging before you roll through. Tension says, I got a major hint for you. If you need to farm falling stars, you can get 1 per minute. I might take you up on that later, Tension, if that's all right. Not right now. I don't really need that information right now. Because we're probably gonna grind up armor upgrades closer to the end of the game. Because I have to make a video where I show all of the upgrades. I'm wanting to do that kind of a showcase. I did that with Breath of the Wild. I went and made a recording for that. I just need to actually put it up on YouTube after doing some editing. But I appreciate the offers of assistance because I too am experiencing this game for, like, I guess the first time. Tension says, yeah, anytime. Thanks. I'll probably I can find you on YouTube, or this will be a great time to plug this. I have a Discord server. If you're so inclined or interested in joining, where, you know, people can get more direct access to me, and I also release thumbnails and stuff. Let me go ahead and do that right now. Let me read the chat on YouTube first, and I'll get right with you, Mr. Jason. Welcome on in, Jonah PR 999. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are cleaning up a lot of the overworld boss spawns in our first round of cleanup before going to Upland Zorana for the story. Hopefully things are going well in your slice of terra firma. And if you don't mind my asking, how familiar are you with Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a game that you've beaten multiple times, beaten once, first time playthrough? Just curious. I always like to ask my incoming audience members about that, just kind of like guide discussions and avoid certain spoilers and other things. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I won't disclose who, of course, but you had an informal chat with someone regarding decorum. I said, if you're unsure of how to word a message, you can always go to your direct superiors. Yeah. Said person made a post with a single thumbs up emote and you deleted it earlier and let them know. Very well. Yeah, decorum is something that has to be, taught and repeated. You need repeated instruction on that. Let's see, what do we have next? This spot over here, we're getting to the parts where I maybe have not marked things, quite as many things, and then we could start working on side quests. At least until I've marked more enemies, of course. Oh, we're also overdue for a break, which I'm going to go ahead and enable the warning for right now.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the warning for the 5-minute warning for the incoming commercial break. We do take those around here. I normally am not even streaming during these hours. I usually stream 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But whenever I do go over like this, I try to, run breaks about once an hour. Just give everyone the chance to get up, stretch, and all that fun stuff for themselves. Since it's been, since it's kind of late at night, I will go ahead and say, hey, if you like my content and hadn't considered doing so, follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Those are free, easy methods to help the channel out for free. And if you hadn't, please consider liking the video and maybe even leaving a comment so that, YouTube thinks you're real. You're a real human being and not a bot. I would much appreciate that. But I'm not going to make anyone do anything. Our commercial breaks are typically 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head, and there will be a screen switch and everything. Once that timer reaches 0, I'm usually back at my desk by then, and we can get back to the gaming, the thing that we actually are here to see. I wouldn't run commercial breaks that long, or I wouldn't take breaks that long in other circumstances. This is mainly for people on Twitch, so that they're not bombarded by ads on the way in. It's an overhead thing, more or less. Let's see. Tension says, thanks, you got the link? No problem. Mr. Jason says, well, Jamie rightfully has their place. You're probably best for instilling decorum. I can inform you of that person through official channels, via official channels, though. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Of course, I want to, when I instruct people on decorum, I want to, deformalize that a little bit. But it's more of just, saying sir, ma'am, please and thank you, being courteous, don't be an ist, don't be a phobe. Most of what I would probably have to say is really not that complicated. It's just do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? That's pretty much what decorum is. And then apart from that, They're just some basic. If an establishment has rules, and there's no clear-cut case of, oh, these rules are unjust, you know, follow them. And even if they are unjust, the proper thing to do would just be to not be in such an establishment in the first place. Oh no, I don't have champion powers here. Let's just get on top of the roof and quickly trying to like float down. Actually, should probably get on top of that flag. That'll make matters better. They said, how come the other person said, oh gosh? Well, I don't know if the rank necessarily means anything there. I don't think rank has anything to do with that. But so I could be an enforcement officer, and I would still have this sort of, I would have the sort of decorum you're talking about, right, Mr. Jason? It's more about what is the individual speaking pattern. It's less of a rank and file thing. Okay, it's like over there. When am I getting my champion, my sage powers back? Here we go. Cool. And we're gonna have to finish that glide after the commercial break. I will see you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Just got done doing some stuff on my phone, and I'm talking to a few people. We've probably got another 37 minutes. So I want to try to like wrap things up nice and neatly in a nice neat bow. I do normally stream for 4 hours at a time because I have other things that I do. I guess I could tell you guys a bit about myself. But before that, let me catch up on chat, and I will be more than happy to pick back up on that. Nothing on the YouTube side has changed. Boyo says, I'm going to head out. Have a lovely rest of stream. Thank you so much, Boyo, for coming by and hanging out. I really appreciate that. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you back, for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. The world's a more dangerous place than ever before. So do stay safe. I'm wanting to go over there. So what do I want to talk about? Oh, I think I was talking about something earlier. My brain did a little bit of a brain fart. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, true, Mr. Coin, although there are reasonable expectations in the TCC for a director comparatively to staff. Right. Different expectations for different roles. The further up you get the corporate ladder, the more formal things have to be, right? I totally get that. That's just how things work in the corporate space. We're gonna get up here where they can't reach me. Okay, this one is everyone here. Okay, cool. I was wondering if I was gonna have to worry about that. Okay, let's get... Okay, this one's the dangerous one. Oh, right, and these ones do teleport. Gotcha. Okay, I'm getting better at fighting these two. Ow. But that, like, that right-handed swipe is still hard to, like, figure out. Yeah, this specific right-handed swipe takes a lot of work to try to anticipate. I think I will yeet this into the sun and pick up a new one. All right, and now we can replace that with a skull. I'm mostly looking for accurate stamps right now is what I'm doing. I think our next goal... I don't know why I still have this marked. This should have just been the spot where we found the shrine, right? Where we got the crystal and everything. Mr. Jason says, well, everyone is important to keep the organization going. You had to emphasize to said person that as I consider them worthy of being on the board, that basically means I consider them someone that may harm the smooth operating of my company if you were to remove them. Yeah, while you could remove anyone from any role, the higher you go, the harder it is for the boss to get rid of someone. Right. Which makes sense. Although usually It's kind of different because it's a Discord, right? In normal corporations, isn't it the inverse? You know, the higher up on the chain, the easier it is to remove someone, because most of the rank and file are the ones that are doing the day-to-day operations. It's only the operating heads on the board are, like, mostly necessary for, like, planning future enterprises. But if you do the same thing every day, then it's you don't really need that much of a board, right? I think this was just yeah, this was just where we met you. There's no more room in my head for anything but thoughts of that giant stallion. Not even the whole thing. It's so big that the neck and tail don't fit my mental image of it. Thank you for letting me see the full breadth of what a horse can be. Alright, we could... I thought I had stamped this for a reason. Nope, we could get rid of it. Alrighty. What's next? Surely we have more spots. That one... Actually, no. The only stamps that we have, that we actively have, are, like... are things we can't do much with yet. Mr. Jason says, I've definitely read stories that being a CEO may one day mean that you be the first to go. I mean, those stories aren't really a thing quite so much in the States. Well, it really just depends on the company. More than anything else, that's mostly what it comes down to, is, like, the company. Okay, we had this up here, and I'm trying to remember why. So I'm gonna go... We're gonna go here, and I think we needed to bolt in from the underside on that one. We needed to ascend through it. There was some weird thing going on there. But if I were being honest, if I were more or less being honest, you know, I think you could probably have just an operations manager, and that would probably be sufficient for most businesses. And the operations manager would be the one that, like, them and maybe one or two other people more dedicated to marketing would be the one to, perhaps, you know, plan for future products and so on. Okay, straight up. Wow, that is really high. All right. Then we have this one over here, which I know we were trying to, like, foist blocks into. I think that's what that was for. Let's see. Let's put this around. Being careful not to tip this too close to where the thing is. I jumped off of it before I could do that. Mr. Jason says, although our chief executive is perfectly safe, their knowledge of troll levels are second to none. Too true. Ooh, I gotcha now, you silly bot. Bye. I'm probably going to regret this, but I need to interface with this more before I, like, commit to solving any, before I like, go into the depths and get all of those stars that are all those star stamps I got down there. Okay, are they facing the same way? Yes. Mr. Jason says, Chief Executive Officer Natalie was kind of like you. Yeah. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. You got a few glimpses and you eventually thought, okay, at all costs, I need this person. Ooh, I definitely do not want. Let's send that torpedoing this way and figure out what we need to do. Probably something like this. Oh. That's funny. Is that gonna go where I think it is? It is. Yes. Okay. But is that what I needed to do? Probably not. Yeah, there's that cube. I think we need a few more of these, though. I don't think this one cube's gonna do it. Oh, never mind. Wait, what? Okay, is this just moving it on its own, or... What exactly is happening here? Mr. Jason says, off the record as business is closed, Mr. Coin, I bet that I wouldn't have nearly as many moderator swords in general if it wasn't for your TCC, I feel. Probably not. Well, I mean, you don't need to explain a feeling. It was part of the arrangement, which is a pretty big ask for a lot of, streamers, having someone, like someone maybe they perhaps didn't quite know at first, come in and take a sword. Usually moderators for trusted positions. Now, giving you a moderator sword worked out. And the decision was a good one, right? We're on the same sheet of music about a lot of things. But I can also imagine the scenario where that didn't work. That didn't work out. And if it didn't work out, I probably would be a lot more on guard about organizations like the TCC, right? Because I would have had a bad experience. I would have been burned by a bad experience, quote unquote. Okay, what is going on? Is there a way I could, like, get some kind of better glimpse as to what is happening? Are there like 2 layers to this sphere or something? Okay, hold on. What happens if we remove this off? No, it just straight up stays like that. Okay. So I wonder if now we need to, like, ascend through the bottom. I'm gonna make a save just in case. I don't think it's gonna help, because saves here are, like, real darn specific, but worth a try. But the reason you have the moderator swords is because of the arrangement. No arrangement, no sword. Pretty straightforward stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah, now it's shifted to be through the bottom. Okay, can I get through here? Yeah, we managed to paraglide that beautifully. Nice. Zonite shin guards. Shin guards forged of zonite. Wearing them awakens the magic of their creators, improving efficiency for zonite devices. Now, I personally don't think there's anything wrong with that arrangement, but I know there are a lot of content creators out there that, again, just given the... How do I word this? Given the rather dead internet theory way the world currently works right now, there's just very little reason to trust, like, random strangers. And while I think that's sad, I also sort of expect it. You have the graphic scam artists. You have the find the best bots and viewers on, I don't know, besttwitchbotviewers.com, or you have like actual, authentic, real scam artists. This is on top of, you know, your Hassan Pikers of this world, the people that are nice until they're not, and they do horrible things when you aren't looking. Common grifters, common other, you know, grifters out there, both in the political sphere and otherwise. And really, when you get down to it, the trust around the globe is just at an all-time low. It really, truly is. The West is really having to reckon with just the way they've built their societies for the past, I'd say probably going on 70, 80 years due to various world events. One of which I shall not invoke for my own sanity. But like global cohesion it's getting to be like 1600s, like the 1600s level of like bad. Mr. Jason says, I was even taken aback a little while ago, Mr. Coin. There was one streamer who had a bit of a creep. You messaged the streamer and just made it know that your moderator senses were tingling, and they made me a moderator, and I never even mentioned the TCC at that time, although they're now a valued verified streamer. See, that's what I'm talking about. Stuff like that is fine. Moderator isn't only reserved for people you get to know, especially as you like increase in size or scope. The parasocial element of the streaming relationship is that kind of falls by the wayside, and you're looking for just qualified moderators. That's really what you want. I'm not at that point yet. I kind of prefer people I trust being moderator. That said, again, the relationship is mostly just, our relationship worked out, and I'm grateful for that. I have a moderator who, quite frankly, loves doing what he does, and not only does he love doing what he does, but he is also one of the best spinsters I know. Right up there with my own sibling. Like, if you two were in the same stream, you two would be popping puns off left and right. I guarantee it. Mr. Jason says, I'm definitely an ally of women. Likewise. You hate how they can't even stream without being harassed. Yep. That always sucks. Always the typical... the redeems to get under a woman's pants or whatever. I hate that. That said, I also want to be an ally for men, too. It's not talked about as much, but if you're even halfway semi-attractive, you're expected. It's even encouraged. If you just take off your shirt, no one bats an eye. People want to stare. Oh, right. It's Lionel time. Let's, maybe... Do we have an attack food? No, but I do have a defense food. Should probably eat that. Time to put up the focus thing again, because it's not so much this Lionel, it's like the other Lionels, like the armored one that I think is in here. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. I'm still here. I can still chat. It's just gotta focus. Because there are 5 Lionels in a row here. It's not just the one. Gotcha. There's one. I can see the white one back there. Mr. Jason says I'm gonna head off anyway. It's almost midnight. Yeah, my apologies again. You know, I just got a late start today. But as always, it's been a pleasure, Mr. Jason says. Thank you, Mr. Jason, so much for stopping by. I really do truly appreciate it. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. But if for whatever reason I don't see you again, you know, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, that's Lionel time. It's Lionel time. Okay, I couldn't do the Xenoblade meme correctly. It's fine. Action time, Tension says. Action? Action! It's action time. I couldn't do the Dragon Age meme correctly either, but it's fine. Oh, that was close. Okay. Let's see. There we go. We got 6 bots on them. Are you serious? Nice. Yeah, I thought I would get torched by that. Gotcha. Okay, stop, because this is gonna break. That's the Fierce Deity sword. I can't be having that. Careful. Let's see, I could probably drop, equip. That was... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, now I have to use this to bash with? Nice. Love that for me. Careful. Oh, there has to be a certain rhythm to it, I've noticed. Okay, that broke off. Gotcha. This final set of thrusts should probably do it. Got him. Got 2 more waves, I think. Should be a silver one and an armored one left. Parrying is how you will get them to back off a bit more. dodging is how you'll get more damage. Or, you know, trying to dodge is also how you can end up getting yourself killed. If you're not careful. Run! Ooh, that could be rough. Do I have any... I do. Let's go ahead and eat some of that right up. Okay, no, that shield broke. Let's use a different one. Thank you, Unobo. The one time where your attacks punch through, I suppose. Nope. I've run out of time, I think. We need a blunt weapon first. Got him. And now we can switch over to the blunt, or the other weapons. Gotcha. Okay, that is a eat the last one and hope I don't die. Oh, that was only a twofer? That's bad. Run. Because I can't tell if they're using the horn attack or... Yeah, it's a quick 3-tap rhythm. Nice. And I failed the parry. Gotcha. Bye. Do. Now, what was the point of all that work? What do they have us go out and get? Let's see. Maybe a... This might be a get rid of one of these base ones. No, okay, this ended up being exactly the same. That's fine. Maybe we will drop that and get the Savage Shield. Yep, that seems to be pretty effective. Yeah, did we get a diamond? Is this what we came here for, was a diamond? I feel like it's a diamond. Majora's Mask. An eerie mask passed down from ancient times. Wearing it makes it harder for certain enemies to spot you. It's a rather rare find. Nice. Just organize that by set. We can take that stamp out of here, and we can get to, like, doing some other stuff. We do have about 6 minutes left before I'm going to call it, so I do want to begin, you know, trailing off conversations and wrapping things up in a nice, neat bow. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so incredibly much today. I don't normally stream at these hours. It's usually 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. This week is a little bit of a rocky road on that, to be sure, but those are my normal hours. My hours are always posted on my Discord. I have a channel in there called Calendar, and it has the 14-day projection, i.e. it lists the next 14 times that I'll be streaming. So you guys get like a 2-week notice of what I'm up to. If there's ever a stream that's not there, or like I'm not streaming on a particular date, it's because the projection won't show it. Let's get to minting out the hover bike. We got places to go and things to do. And our first order of business is, I guess we can change that pin up and we can start heading in that general direction. Like I was saying, I really do enjoy everyone's company. It's valuable to me. You guys are like the brightest, best part of my day. I wake up and, you know, even if I'm feeling sick, I try not to do that while I'm sick, actually. But, you know, you guys are the reason I would push past, you know, my physical limits. Like, I enjoy your company that much. I'm kind of a homebody. I don't go much anywhere. So, being able to, you know, socialize with people, even if it's over the nets, is better than nothing. For me. It's better than nothing. I do not want to do that. I was so hoping to not have people shooting at me on the bottom, but not sure I'm gonna get that. Titchin says, nice bike. Mine got three fans in the back and one in the front shaped like a T. Nice, nice. Does that have like better maneuverability for you? I borrowed like a hover bike blueprint design from like Hyrule or Hyrule Engineering, r/Hyrule Engineering, and they have a little tool in there called Works. I believe the bot spit out a command some time ago called asterisk or star works. You just type that in and it brings you to a website with a bunch of blueprints on it. Yeah, I just found a basic hover bike design, and I like fiddled around with the fans to get what I thought would be a good like a good mix of maneuverability. Tejin says, yeah, when you land, the bike doesn't even flip. That's awesome. That is awesome, because it's, you know, the weight is positioned correctly. It's like just distributed better, which makes a lot of sense. I might fiddle with that design, if and you don't mind. It's just a hover bike with two. Are the two fans attached on the? Are they rotated the same way, or is it different somehow? So like here are the two fans in the back. Is there like just a third fan, or is there like this is the central fan and then you have two attached on the side? Or is there some other configuration? I can bring out parts if you need those. Yeah, as in you need me to go ahead and bring out like Zonai parts. A monocycle. I was wondering when they were going to implement that. Just add another fan on the back. Okay. So let me see if I can't make a regular hover bike design first and go from there. So 4 fans and 1 steering stick. Might as well assemble this while we're here. Okay, so this, I believe, we want... I know it's not tilted quite right. And the control arm is in the center. Makes sense. Yeah, I know this isn't tilted quite right. This needs to be... Let me look at my previous model. And the 1 fan in the front. Makes sense. Guess I'm lucky we have this test model. So yeah, this is... These are at 45-degree angles with the fan, with the back of the fan facing down like this, I think. No, it's definitely like this. They're gonna fall in love? I sure hope that is the case. I just need to make sure these are correct. And I would love if I had more room to assemble this. It's definitely... Oh, the thing has to be tilted. That's what it is. I forgot this was always hard to, like, kind of halfway assemble. So it's like this. And then... It's definitely not like this. Oh, you know what? I think I know what I may need to do here. I can't believe I didn't think about it. I should, like, attach the 3 fans in the back first. And probably should be like this. I need to, like, assemble them like this so that I can keep the facing the same. Okay, and then... Oh no, it's supposed to be a fan shape. Let me refer back to a previous one. Fans in the back. Shape. Oh, okay. It's shaped like a T. Cool. I did have... My intuition was correct. So something like this. I may need to fiddle with the specs a bit on that. Kind of like this. Let's see. And maybe, I don't know, coin, maybe center it? Kind of like that. Okay, this has, like, better lateral maneuverability. So I'll take this for, like, a quick test spin. And then we'll take the other one for a spin, and I'll just, like, note a few parameters. Okay, that seems like the vertical descent. Maybe the vertical descent is maybe a touch better on the previous design. I'm going to take the new one that we made for one more test run. And let's note the verticality a bit better this time. Oh, this is way better, and I don't need to add... Hold on. I know what's throwing off my tests. You know, but you gotta, like, take a hike, buddy. I do like this design a bit better. I have to say this is pretty good work. Come on, Yiga Clan, right this way. Get out of here with your nonsense. I think I will save that as a favorite. Now I have both designs, because I still like mine bunches, because it's way better for... I should say way better. It does have, like, better heft and hue to it, but I like yours for the horizontal maneuverability a lot more. Yeah, that's way better than the design that I have. No problem, Tension. Anytime. Well, my lovely senators and inductees, this has been an incredibly late episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We will be back tomorrow to, like, continue on our journey with, like, clearing everything out nice and neat. That way we don't have anything tying us down or holding us back when we go to Upland Zorana. As a reminder, again, just in case the Discord posting gets a bit buried, I will not be streaming this Friday. I have things in my personal life I need to attend to. It's kind of an all-day affair. I want to make sure, you know, I take care of that stuff. Family is important. I also typically don't stream on weekends. My schedule is Monday to Friday, and I take weekends off. Usually my weekends are, like, the most IRL busy ever. Outside of that, if people have joined the Discord recently, don't forget to check the voting for content channel. In the server, we are doing a vote on which game we want to be playing next, out of a selection of 10. So, you know, if you guys want to shape, you know, what the direction of the channel, the voting is how we do it, and I only do the votes on Discord. So, and, you know, if you chuck change at me, Patreon, Coffee, Twitch subscription, or so on, you know, I even throw an extra vote in your direction. This is a democracy where there is a buy-in for extra votes. It's transparent and honest, unlike certain government administrations that I could be talking about and will decline to do so. You guys have been wonderful. My name is Coin. This has been another titular, long-winded episode of Tears of the Kingdom. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there, my lovely senators and inductees. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Twitter, Discord, Blue Sky, Instagram, and Mastodon when I get it set up. When I get all those things fully set up, of course. Do take care. I think I already said that. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.